Hello, friends. Welcome to Reset-athon Day 6. I was trying to... I don't know why that's not showing up. How's everyone doing today? I am hot. I tried to spend the morning doing some things around the house and doing laundry and trying to just settle myself, and I'm hot. It was not supposed to be that hot today. I don't know. I'm gonna figure this out, you guys. It was not supposed to be that hot today. We were supposed to actually have a really cool day with some storms this afternoon. There's some sort of tropical storm coming in this afternoon, but I think once it hit land, it lessened quite a bit, and so it's just hot. But anyway, I really want to put this in the background. Let me see if this works. 2 seconds. We're gonna try. Well, now I'm gone. Oh, well. I'll figure. Well, now you're doing that. What in the world, people? Okay, this will work. We'll make this work. So I actually have a pretty big paper due today, and it is one of 7 over the next 7 weeks for this final grad school course. And so that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. I'm going to be doing 75-minute sprints. I hope that's all right with everybody. And then we'll do 75, 15, and then sort of adjust as needed. I have no problem taking longer in the chatty bits. No problem at all. And then the last sprint we'll kind of play around with and see what feels good for everybody. I do want to get done as close to 7 p.m. EDT, or I guess that's midnight-ish for our UK friends as possible, only because it's Sunday and I recently am getting pretty significant Sunday scaries. And so I just want to be able to chill and relax and read and hang out after that. So if that doesn't feel good to anybody, just let me know and we'll figure it out. But I promised to run some longer sprints today, and that's my plan. So and when I study, honestly, I do 75, 15, unless I'm study with Laura, and then we do 50-10. Anyway, again, I haven't been on screen in a couple of days, and I just have all the things built up that I want to say. So anyway, I did update finally my Reset-athon plan bullet journal yesterday, and I didn't bring it out here with me, but I'll go get it at the first sprint. So far I've done pretty decent. I didn't think I had, but when I was filling things in yesterday during Bia's journaling sprints, I realized, hey, I've done more than I thought I had. We did a cookout or a barbecue with my neighbor on July 4th. So I went ahead and counted that. And then my husband and I were sorry, my son's calling me, but I don't have my phone in here. We're childless for a couple of hours yesterday. So we went on a little miniature dinner date, impromptu dinner date. And we had the best time. We went to this little place called Chicken Salad Chick, and they just have like different flavors of chicken salad and soup. And we had one near us, but they shut down. So we haven't been there in a really long time. And then we walked next door and got coffee. So it was a great little kind of couple hour reset for him and I. It was pretty fantastic. So I counted that as my quality time. And then I discovered Kayla Grace Reads on I think maybe Livia's sprints last night. So I subscribed to her and counted that as my new my new YouTube friend. So definitely doing better than I thought I was doing. And then this morning, I finally finished Demon Copperhead. So I'm checking that off as finish your current read, because I've been reading that for a very, very long time. And I will say I'm giving it 4 stars. I don't know if I'm going to do any sort of narrative on my review yet, only because I feel like that's one of these books that I need to reread again, but read with my eyeballs. It is on Kindle Unlimited, so I could grab it there. I am going to task Corey with finding it for me on her thrift runs. She has found some gems lately, so I'm going to have her be on the lookout for me for that in a physical copy. And I do want to kind of read that again after school, like when I can sort of settle in and focus and read that. So anyway, that's been my last couple of days. Tell me what you guys have been up to. How's your Reset-athon going? And what are we reading or doing today? Okay, so Ren, I see that you're here. We are going to do 75-minute sprints. And then we'll adjust the last one depending on timing. But I am doing that for you, but also for me because that's my school time. All right, so let's hop in these comments. Looks like Shauna joined us. Hello, dear. I was in and out of your sprint this morning. I was planning on being there, and then my husband, we have this sort of Sunday morning tradition where we find a new to us coffee shop, and he got a recommendation from a friend. And let me tell you, it was chef's kiss. It was delicious. So definitely happy to have found that one. And then I came back right at the very tail end of yours. So I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be there longer, but I did pop in a couple of times and say hi. Shauna is going to be trying to finish Breathless by Lex Martin and is 80% in. Nice. It's funny because I was 80% into Demon Copperhead and still had like almost 3 hours left. So hopefully that's not your experience with Breathless. And Bia has joined us. Hello, dear. I would love to know how you are liking We Used to Live Here. I saw that you updated your percentage, and I'm itching to know how you're liking it so far. Bia is here and ready to read. 75 works perfect. Excellent. I have no problem adjusting as we go through if it ends up being too long or whatever, but we'll roll with it as long as we can. Bia is in the need to take my mind off things. Yeah, same. I didn't used to get those Sunday scaries and like those little like the gremlins on Sundays, but the last couple of months they are pretty bad. So I'm trying to do things with intention and mindful task and intentional task. And that seems to help from my mind from wandering. And so that was one of the reasons that I wanted to intentionally stream on Sunday, because I knew that if I had something to focus on and, people to chat with and that sort of thing, it hopefully won't be as bad. So hopefully you can read and settle in and hang out, and we'll just try to have as much chill vibes as we can and get your mind off things. Shauna says 75 works for them too. Bia says, I'm excited to see your journal. It's nothing crazy right now. I am enjoying it. What I've decided to do, I was thinking about you yesterday when I was doing it, because the little bingo boards, I'm not artistic, like drawing wise, but I did try to find a small little picture or something that was easy for me to draw for each of the bingo board spots that I filled up. So I'll definitely show you that. I was pretty excited about it. And Ren pops in. Hello, my dear. I did see you out of the corner of my eye, so I'm glad that you're here. Woohoo for longer sprints. Yes, I'm excited. Dee Dee shimmies in. I do my little shimmy for Dee Dee. How are you, my love? My productivity has taken a nosedive. I was on top this morning and quickly lost steam somewhere around lunchtime, and now I'm scrambling. Oh no. Well, hopefully some longer focus time will help. But let us know if there's anything that we can do to help you with that. Maxie joined us. Hello. It's already 7 p.m. here, so not sure that I'll be able to stay, but wanted to say hi. No, I appreciate it. I try to let the UK co-host claim the earlier times because it's easier for me to be in the evening. So I'm happy that you're here as long as you can stay. I appreciate you. Ren will be reading The Witch and His Crow by Ben Alderson. Might also flip-flop between that and Breath of the Dragon by Fonda Lee. Nice. Maxie says, maybe you just need some rest, Dee Dee. It's very possible. Dee Dee says, I remember to start my audio once today for like 2 minutes before being distracted. Oh, gosh. Yeah. That seems to be a trend lately with our friends. Ren saying hi to Shauna, Bea, Dee Dee, and Maxie. Maxie, you're probably right. I didn't get much sleep and was going to take a nap, but felt guilty, so tried to power through, but I fear it's backfired on me. Yeah. My teenager is going through this weird phase. I sort of assumed that once you got through the, toddler pre-K time frame, that sleep struggles were not going to be a problem, and it looks like it's reared its ugly head in teenage years, and he is struggling with sleep. It's that push and pull between. He's a lot like me in that sort of second shift time frame is when he's most productive, but then his teenage body is like, I need to sleep more than that. And so he's really struggling with being able to fall asleep. And then once he wakes up, being able to go back to sleep in the mornings. And so we're running off of like 4 and 5 hours of sleep a day. Well, he is. And for a teenage body, that's just not cutting it. So I, as mom, am trying to be very graceful in the mood is not him. It's the lack of sleep. And the snippiness is not him. It's the lack of sleep. But I have to admit, sometimes when it hits, it's like, son, let's say that again. So we're trying to figure out ways that we can help him create better sleep patterns and things like that. And I've got a couple of things that I suggested this morning that he's actually willing to try. So I told him we'll give it a week, and if he's not seeing any improvement, then we'll call the doctor and see if they can schedule a sleep study. I learned recently that the days of the sleeping off site with all the things coming off of you is a thing of the past, and that you just wear a ring for like a week and it tracks your sleep. So anyway, I say all that to say lack of sleep can definitely be hard on your body and your mind. And so hopefully you can get some rest, Dee Dee. Maxie is listening to The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. How are you liking it? This one, it's funny. This one I gave like a 3 or a 3.5 star. I wasn't sold on it, but now that I've let it marinate for a while, like I kind of want to pick it up again and reread it from a different perspective. So much so that I ended up getting Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil, I think it is, from Book of the Month, which is V.E. Schwab's new book, and I'm buddy reading it with a couple of people. So let me know how you're liking that. Reading physically to be taught if fortunate, and e-reading the Thursday Murder Club. Nice. I have 3 going right now too, and I think it's just going to get worse, but we'll figure it out. Hello to Ren from Dee Dee. Hello to Shauna, Bea, and Maxie from Dee Dee. And Maxie says, Dee Dee, napping is productive. It gets you a Tetris piece. How did I not remember that? I see what you're saying. Napping sprint can be good. Yes, 75-minute nap sprint. I'm here for it. Maybe I did know that or remember that. Dee Dee says, don't forget to tap the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. And I am going to hydrate a second. And hopefully Lexi will pop in because she, Lexi Rose, reads because she may have created a monster with this coffee. Ren says, napping is my favorite part of the day. Thank you, Jen. No problem. I'm always happy to have you guys here as long as you can be here. Hello to Ren from Shauna. Hello to Dee Dee from Shauna. Bea says, I'm liking the book. I want to know what is happening fast. Yeah. If no one's told you yet, make sure you pay attention to the Morse code because it sort of reveals itself at the end, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool way to do some of that mixed media with that book. Ren tries not to drink too much coffee, so napping is the next best thing. Yep, I agree. I love a good 30-minute cat nap. Maxie, you bring up a good point. Hello to me from Christina. About said hello to Jen from Christina. How are you today? Remember to hydrate, feed yourself, check the laundry, take your meds. I did that. Show some stretch and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so that you will hopefully get notified. I am getting ready to, or I'm preparing to start the 75 soft journey, which I'm revamping my channel a little bit in August. And so lots more to come there later on in the month. But one of the things that I'm trying to pregame for is water. All of my numbers and times washed off, but I'm trying really hard to get, at least for the month of July, get one. I think these are 64 ounces, maybe one a day to prepare for all of the water that I have to drink for 75 soft. So we're going to go ahead and hydrate. And then Christina coming in with some hellos to Dee Dee and Ren, Shauna, Dee Dee saying hello back to Christina. Hi to Maxie from Christina and back to Christina from Maxie. Hello to Bea from Christina and Christina from Ren. Christina from Bea. Maxie says, really, I had the full electrodes and thing on my head for all my sleep tests. Yeah, I just learned that like 2 or 3 weeks ago because someone I knew had to have a sleep study. And I was like, oh, where did you go? Blah, blah. And she's like, no, they just gave me a ring like you would wear on your finger. And they said, don't wear it in the shower, but wear it for a week. And it kind of tracks like even throughout the day, like what your energy levels are like and your heart rates and things. Cause I track my sleep on my Apple Watch and it tracks like my resting heart rate and, movement and restfulness and all that. But this really kind of goes into depth. And then she turned the ring or I guess it connects to some sort of app maybe. And like a couple weeks later, she had a follow-up appointment and they gave her like this full report. It was quite cool. Hello also to Dee Dee from Bea. Ren says, not sleeping enough also makes me pretty grouchy. I found that drinking a cup of tea and winding down a little earlier has worked for me when I'm not at uni and when I've got a lot to do, I give myself the weekend off. Yeah. I think during this school year, he's got a decent-ish schedule. The problem is during the summer, he's kind of thrown off because he works in the from 4p to 10p. And then, when he gets off work, he wants to hang out with his friends, online and things like that. And so it takes him some time to wind down. I think the other thing is that I personally don't think he eats enough throughout the day. He would adamantly disagree with me, but I think that's part of it. I think his body is just sort of kind of all over the place, and sleep's such a big part of how you function every day. And he wants to prioritize sleep, but I don't think he's got the rest of it down pat quite yet enough that the sleep catches up, if that makes sense. So we're getting there. I mean, he's 16, mom doesn't know anything, but I think I'm just trying to say, how do you want me to help you? Right. Because the first time I brought up his sleep study, he was like, absolutely not. And I was like, okay, well then let's back up a little bit and let's look at, these things and these things and these things. So we'll get there. It's just, I don't like seeing him not at his best because of lack of sleep, because lack of sleep is something that should be simple and is also very important. And I know that so many people struggle with sleep disorders that I want to try to get him as much resource and as much, as many things in his sleep toolbox as we can so that he can pull from it and, do kind of what works for him. But we'll get there. It's just, I just don't like I don't like not seeing him at his best because of sleep. Maxie says, I kind of Addie LaRue. I love Shades of Magic, but was a little disappointed by Gallant. So I was scared a little, but so far so good. Perfect. And I think I might have, no, I did not. Okay. Ren says, and also taking naps during the day. And I've tried to encourage him to do that, but I think he's worried that he won't be able to sleep at night. So we haven't gotten there yet, but we'll figure it out. Ren says, and coffee is my best friend. I don't like energy drinks, so coffee or green tea are my only sources of caffeine. Yeah, perfect. Didi says, take men's is back. Oh, is it really? Hold on. Let me go back. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch. No, not yet. Okay, sorry. I got excited that I may have skipped that. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Jen, I want to try 75 hard, but I'm scared. Same. Like, that's why I wanted to do 75 soft, because I can sort of manipulate it the way that I need to manipulate it for my life. But my concern about 75 hard out of everything is the double workouts. And I could probably do that in the fall because one of the workouts has to be outside, but I will not do it in the wintertime. I would rather run in 95-degree weather than run in Fahrenheit, than run in 30 Fahrenheit degree weather. Like, absolutely not. But I also want to just see for myself that I can do it for the 75 days. So I'm planning on starting 75 soft on August 1st. So if you want in, let me know. And I'm probably going to do 2 rounds because I kind of want to end out the year. I want to do it one time and then tweak it and do it a second time. So if you want to do the soft version with me and you're not ready for August 1st, you can absolutely tag on to the second one that I do. That one will probably start like October, mid-October. But let me know. And Didi, I have been watching some YouTube videos of people just to get some ideas and like figure out kind of how I want to mold it for myself. And there are a couple that I've really liked, one especially. So if you want me to send you some videos to check out for the soft version, let me know. I'm happy to do it. Hi, Annette. How are you? Ren says, also live, laugh, love a matcha or chai tea or latte or something with no caffeine. I have to admit, I've never had matcha or chai tea. I'm probably wrongly assuming that matcha has a chalky taste to it, and I'm not here for it. But I've never had matcha. I have had chai tea a long time ago, like long time ago, but I've never had matcha. So many people love it though. Hello to Annette from Christina. Hey, Annette from Ren and from Didi. Hello to Christina from Shauna. And yes, take your mens all day, every day. Also, taking magnesium helps with energy levels. My mom had me take magnesium supplements the whole of my final high school year to make it through my day. Super helpful. You know what's interesting about this, Ren, is that I take a magnesium supplement along with tart cherry juice to help me sleep. So that's what we're going to try with him this week is the tart cherry juice magnesium, because it's supposed to sort of level out your energy levels, which may be what you're saying, but I use it to sleep, actually. Maxie says, wow, that's impressive. I use my Fitbit as well, but it's always saying that I have poor sleep and wake up a lot. Like, yeah, I already know that. Yeah, right? Like you wake up and you're like, holy man, I feel like crap. And then your watch is like, hey, you didn't sleep great last night. You're like, really? But I like it so that it helps me, like, if I wake up thinking I slept well, like this morning, I woke up and it said I had my resting heart rate was 125% lower than the night before. And so like I should feel good today. And I have compared to the last couple of days, but I know that tonight, if I don't like if I don't do the tart cherry reduced magnesium, I will be up until, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, just with all the things going through my mind. But that's what I like it for, is like just kind of giving me a touch point of what my sleep was like, so that I can be like, yeah, I am tired today, or no, I feel pretty good today. Ren says my days were like up at 6 a.m., home between 7 or 9 p.m., depending on my schedule for that day. Whew. My word. Coffee. Yes. This is actually, so we did go to this place today that I was talking about earlier, but this coffee is actually, Lexi, did a day in the life video, and she made a Javi coffee, which is that new protein coffee. And I messaged her and was like, hey, is this good? And she's like, yeah, I absolutely love it. So of course, as soon as we were talking about it, ad after ad after ad for Javi coffee came up, and the subscriptions are a really good deal, but I'm not going to subscribe to something if I've never tried it. So, our local, like, it's Sprouts, but like our local Whole Foods or health food store got it in stock. And so we went by this morning and grabbed a cup, and I really like it. I think that I'm going to end up, buying it because it's quite good. I like coffee, especially cold coffee, that feels like, this is not the right word for it, but almost like thick. Like it doesn't feel like watered down. Like I can taste the richness of it. And that this coffee is like that for me. I put in some caramel, a part of a caramel protein shake with the ice, and it just feels rich. Like I can taste the richness in it. It's quite tasty. Ren says, I read Gallant a while back and enjoyed it. I think I gave it 4 stars. Oh, nice. Dee Dee says the double workouts is the thing that's tripping me up also. Yeah. I mean, and I work out a couple of times a week now. So that's kind of why I was thinking with the soft, my workout plan would be 5 or 6 days a week. Cause my running plan that I'm doing right now, I'm doing a 12K in October. And so my training program is 3 days a week. And then if I can add in a couple of, my thought process was, and maybe, I mean, even if you don't do it, maybe you can help me stay accountable. But my thought process was I'd throw in a couple of strength training days and then a yoga day. And that gives me 6 days a week. And then I can just take either Saturday or Sunday off. And I think that's probably doable after school's over. My issue is figuring out like the timing of it. And in fact, B and I were having this conversation yesterday, like when does she work out, like prefer to work out? And for me, I would prefer to run in the evenings, but I'd prefer to lift in the mornings. But mornings and we don't always get along very well. So I don't know. It's something I got to work through and just figure it out and make it happen. But I would love to do that because I did learn that if I incorporate strength training in with my run training, that my times get faster. So I definitely want to try to incorporate some strength training days once I start this, because 7.5 miles is a lot. So it's not the longest I've done, but it's still a lot. So I want to be at the best performance as I can, if that makes sense. Ren says, I think 75 soft is a good entry point. 75 hard is easier for anyone who, for instance, takes walks outside and then does like a gym workout. Yeah. I've also heard that 75 soft is really good for like you said, an entry point, or if you're trying to get through like the bulk of what your goals are. And then once you've kind of reached almost like a plateau in a way, or at the very end of your whatever journey it is that you're doing, that 75 hard just sort of pushes you over the edge and like gets you either through a slump or gets you kind of to that finish line of whatever, whether it's weight loss or lift or, muscle or whatever, just strict habits, whatever that looks like for you. And then kind of pushes you over the edge into that maintenance phase. And I'm not anywhere near where I want to be as far as like, I don't care what size my body is. I just want to be strong. And so I think that's why 75 soft is so intriguing to me, because A, there's not 2 45-minute workouts in a day, but also B, it helps me, like you said, for that soft entry point. And also the nice thing about 75 soft is that you can manipulate what your goals are. Like there's not a strict meal plan. There's not a strict workout. You can sort of cater it to what you need for your life at that time, but still creating those habits and that consistency, which it really is appealing to me. Dee Dee says, sure, count me in for August 1st. That gives me time to plan. Perfect. I'll message you and we can definitely figure that out. Take meds is take mens. That is not what I had in my head. So thank you for clarifying. Christina says, ha, 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 or laugh out loud. I can't see it any other way. Ren says, matcha is just bitter for me. It's like a creamier green tea. Okay. I like green tea. That's good to know. When I want it sweeter, I add vanilla protein powder or white chocolate powder. Nice. Mornings are evil. I completely agree with you. Mornings are dark and desolate. Very scary stuff. Agree. Okay, I missed something. What is 75 hard and 75 soft? Okay, so 75 hard is this program created by, I don't remember his name, but basically you do like a specific meal plan. And I think you can pick your meal plan, but you have to stick with that. You do two 45-minute workouts a day, one outside, one has to be outside. You read 10 pages of a nonfiction per day. You have to drink a gallon of water a day. I think there's one more thing. Meal plan, 2 workouts, 10 pages, your gallon of water. Maybe that's it. But it's very strict and very specific. Then they created a sort of a JV version of 75 hard that they're calling 75 soft. So it still incorporates some sort of healthy meal or healthy diet, at least one workout a day, one 45-minute workout today. And that even can be catered to what your capabilities are. So like if you never do any sort of physical activity and your workout for the day is walking around the block, that counts because you're doing intentional movement. If your body doesn't let you do that sort of thing and it needs to be chair yoga or, something like that, water aerobics, whatever that looks like for you in the body that you can do it in, that's totally fine. And then the reading one is just read 10 pages of something. It doesn't specifically have to be, it doesn't have to be nonfiction. A lot of people are doing You Are a Badass or the Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. A lot of people are doing those too right now, but it honestly can be whatever. And then a lot of other people are incorporating just sort of life habits. Like I was going to incorporate, I forgot my phone, but then the water is only 64 ounces, or at least increasing your water intake more than it is now. So it's really just, the intention is just creating habits and being consistent, things like that. So my brain likes structure, and I'm really concerned about what things are going to look like after I'm done with school. And it makes me a little bit anxious to not have that level of structure. So I'm just trying to find things that I think will continue to give me structure in my day after school's done. So that's a big reason why I'm doing it. The second reason is because I struggle with how to eat specifically for fueling a run. And That's something that I really struggle with. Like a mile or so, it's not a big deal. Even up to a 5K for me is not a big deal, like to fuel for that. But to fuel for up to 7.5 miles, I don't know what that looks like. And so it was just kind of a way for me personally to like fine tune that into habits. So anyway, that was a long way to say something very simple, but hopefully that makes sense. Right, Ren, talking about mornings. Hello, Martin and Lily. Hi, they're saying hi, Ren. You're here too. Yes. Hey to Lily. So we'll call you Lily unless you tell us not unless you tell me to call you something different. My word. But welcome in. We're happy to have you. We are going to be doing 75-minute sprints today. So if you want to tell us what you're doing or working on, we'd be happy to hear it. Alicia says hello, popping in to say hi and hug the like button while on my sprints. I will be back when I'm finished. If you are still going, hope all is well. So far, so good. So far, so good. And Christina says hello to Alicia and to Lily. All right, so let's get our share screen on. So I probably will go run out and grab my phone just because I had my plan written down in there. So I am going to initially, let's do this. Prep, plan for assignment. And then I will add things on as I figure out that plan. I've done a lot of the prep work already as far as like the reading and, writing down the case study and things like that. So that part's done. I'm trying to break the task up. So as I break those up, I will add them to my little paperclip guy and we will get started. So I'm going to start this one. We will read these last few and then we will get onto a sprint for you guys. Welcome into Lily from DD. Yes, Lily, it is. It is a shared account with my boyfriend because YouTube Premium is expensive. Facts. So we share an account. Perfect. I am here for that. And definitely welcome in. We're very excited to have you. And then Dee Dee is saying hello to Alicia, and Alicia is saying hi to Christina and Dee Dee. All right, my friends, I'm going to hide this. I'm going to put myself at the bottom. I just chose this one because it looked like the most light, chill vibe I could find at the moment. So I may change it around a little bit, but otherwise we will be in the, looks like the mountains of Switzerland for the day. All right, my friends, I will see you guys in 75 minutes and I will start the timer now. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. What did you guys do on that sprint? How did it go? I checked off a few things off of my Flocus. I was able to add a bunch of tasks, but I did plan my assignment out and I did review the first document, took some notes there, added a few things. So I'm feeling okay-ish about everything. I feel like I'm making progress, but it still feels a little bit overwhelming. So once I got done reviewing that document, I had like 8 or 9 minutes left. So I responded to some text messages. I read a few pages in Longshot just to give myself a little bit of a brain break. I did end up taking my son to the gym, dropped him off at the gym, which is where I had said I was going to be right back. And then I guess that's it. So it was a good, productive, I felt like, well, I'm not going to get this right. This is frustrating. A good productive, there we go. Sprint. I did grab some things from the house. We were talking about the 75 soft challenge, and there were a couple of things that I was planning on tracking that I couldn't remember. So I picked up my little paper that I'm going to use, my tracker, and I'm tracking water, eating, workout, and reading like we talked about before. But then I forgot that I added sleep to it. My goal initially was 8 hours. Sometimes that's not super realistic. So I may just do minimum of 7 hours. That seems to be a little bit more reasonable for kind of my life, 6 to 8 or so. And then I did add a journal on here, but I think I'm going to change that to something else. I'm not sure that I'm in the mindset to journal every single day or whatnot. So I was thinking about changing that. Like I use this app called Sweepy to give me tasks to clean my house every day. And I really, once school's done, I really want to focus on like a complete home reset. And so I might add that just to check off all of my Sweepy boxes for the day. And then do journaling, the second go round. But anyway, so this is my tracker. I am planning on some way, whether it's weekly or I don't know that I'll do daily vlogs because that seems like a lot, but maybe weekly touch points either through I've created a new Discord that I'll talk about later in the month. But anyway, this is kind of what that is. And then I brought out my bullet journal because we were talking about Reset-athon journaling and all that. So this is my, I ended up giving myself like 2 full pages for the prompts that are not on the bingo board. And so I added all the summer and life ones already and was able to check off have a barbecue because I did 4th of July at my neighbor's house. Excuse me. And then here's my little bingo board. So far I've done try a summer recipe, which was the corn and black bean salsa that I put in the Discord. And then I did find a YouTuber that you like and subscribe. And that was Kayla Grace. And then quality time was with my sweet hubby the other day. And then I tried my attempt at the little lemon that Bea put in the original bingo board. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Like, just find a fun little icon that represents the ones that I'm checking off and go from there. So obviously I can, pretty easily check off like the walk and talks and the journaling lounge sessions and the Reset-athon sprints, but I like waiting for a little bit of time for those. So, and I do see now, remember that take a nap is on here. So anyway, so that's kind of what I'm doing for my bullet journal for Reset-athon. And then the ones that are not on the bingo board, I'll just sort of write in and check them off as I go. And then I started my Hermie bingo board too, which we'll see how that goes. But Reset-athon is going very well. Okay, I guess that's it that I did. Let's see what everyone else is doing. So we ended here with Alicia saying hi to Christina and Dee Dee. Dee Dee is singing The Hills Are Alive with my background. And Christina is as well. Let's see. Let me unstart that one. And then Renee joined us. Hello, dear. Renee is also sprinting today. And I went to their channel to say hi and realized that I am no longer subscribed. So I resubscribed to Renee. And if you are still sprinting when we go to a sprint, I will pop in and say hello. Renee just finished their first Emma Newman book, Between Two Thorns, and highly recommends it. Nice. What's the genre and kind of vibe for that book? I'm glad you liked it, though. And this was just me saying I'd be right back. Just ran my son to the gym. And Sweet Jean joined us. Hello, off to brunch. Currently reading Vampire Knitting Club. How's that going? I know you've been reading that for a couple days. How's that going? But might switch to Phantasma. Nice. And then Lexi's here. Just got back from lunch with some friends, going back to Tormented. Lexi, listen, friend. I bought a bag of the Javi powdered protein coffee, and you, my dear, have probably created a monster. It is so good. I cannot wait. I bought the original because I have sugar-free vanilla syrup, and I use a caramel protein shake in my coffee anyway. And I wanted to kind of get the original like flavor of the coffee, and it is amazing. I was saying earlier that I like a coffee where I can taste like the richness and like I'm using the word thick, but that's not the right word. Like the creaminess. I like when you can taste the richness and the creaminess of the coffee, especially with an iced coffee, and it is perfection. So thank you for putting me onto this. I'm so excited, but you truly, I will be subscribing to their monthly bags of coffee. But I very much appreciate your opinion on that because I'm so excited. Hello to Jean from Dee Dee and Lexi from Dee Dee. Dee Dee vacuumed the floors and the stairs and started long shot. Nice. I am like 8% in, which that was quick. Hang on one second. Usually he's gone an hour, but it's just been 30 minutes. Anyway, I'm only 8% in, which is only one chapter. The chapters seem to be long. So, I am enjoying it so far, and I'm at a point where I would rather read that than Priory of the Orange Tree because it's an easier read, but I'm going to push through both. But it's very good so far. I'm excited I'm really excited for us to catch up to Paula because she's almost done with it. But anyway, I hope you like it too. Hello to Dee Dee from Lexi. Christina stripped the bed, got a load of laundry started, stripped the couches for another load, and took a shower. Nice. Now to finish Hunger Games. Awesome. How are you liking it? That has been my favorite one so far. I didn't love Catching Fire, but I think I need to reread it. I'm not sure I was in the right headspace to do that, but I'm excited to see how you like Hunger Games. And is this a reread for you? So from Christina, we have hi to Lexi, to Jean, and to Renee. Ren says, hello, Renee, Lexi, and Jean. Dee Dee was going to eat dinner, but feels too hot for hot food, so currently eating an apple pie. Perfect. Yum, Dee Dee. Yes, I love apple pie. I like it with the crumb. So, Dee Dee, are you eating it with crumb topping or like the lattice pastry topping? I like the crumb topping personally. Ren got to 27% of The Witch and His Crow and is still really enjoying it. Yay! Sweet B. Did I say that? I meant to say Sweet Jean. I think I was just talking too fast. Sweet Jean. Annette says, ooh, I would love some apple pie right now. Hello to Christina from Renee. Hello to Renee from Dee Dee. Ren says, apple pie is so good. Love it with vanilla ice cream. Yes, agree. And Jess joined us. I'm taking the week off reading Akawar. Nice. Like from work or from, what are we taking the week off from? If that's from work, congratulations. I'm excited for you to have a break finally. Renee says, Between Two Thorns is urban fantasy. Not okay, cool. Though with historical fantasy vibes. Awesome. I like a good urban fantasy. So I'm going to actually go back and star that one to take a look at. Let me just find it again. Here we go. Okay. Perfect. Now I got to find where there it is. Lexi said, it's so good. Yeah, I was in the store, and the place where we got it from is, I don't know if you have Sprouts where you're at, but it's not going to be reasonably priced there. But so it was like $26 for 14 servings. And I was like, well, that's about $2 a scoop, which is probably not financially responsible, but I figure with the added protein, which that's going to be for my healthy eating thing, that's going to be my goal, is to hit my protein goal every day. But nonetheless, I figure with 10 grams of protein per scoop, and it's going to be cheaper than Starbucks, it's worth it. For now, it's worth it. Do you have apple pie with custard cream or ice cream? I do. I don't eat a ton of sweets anymore, but I do. If I'm going to eat apple pie, it will be with ice cream. I do pumpkin pie with whipped cream or Cool Whip. And then I guess that's the two main ones that I like. I took an Owen no nut peanut butter cup shake with the French vanilla concentrate this morning. Oh, okay. Peanut butter cup shake. Ooh, I bet that was delicious. I'll have to try that. Custard in the winter, ice cream in the summer. Okay, so I thought, is custard more of like a pudding consistency than ice cream? Hey to Christina from Lexi and to Ren from Lexi. Dee Dee says, nice. I'm a custard girl through and through. Dee Dee got to 3% in long shot. Nice. The crumb topping is so good. I completely agree with you. Crumb topping on apple pie is chef's kiss. Hello to Jess from Ren. I do like crumble, but these are the little mini bramble apple pies with a crust topping. Oh, perfect. And hello to Jess from Dee Dee. Jess is taking a break from everything, not even going to be sprinting this week. Nice. You definitely deserve the break. It's been a very busy couple of months for you. I'm excited for you. Annette is 64% into the spell shop. Hopefully we'll finish it tonight. Nice. I love the pastry crust the most. Fair. If I could eat apple pie, it would be with custard. Awesome. All year long. Annette says, confession, I don't eat the crust of pies or pizzas. I don't love the crust of pizzas either, actually. Yes, that's my goal too, eating more protein. That's why I've been mixing it with a protein shake in the morning. Get about 30 grams of protein within the first 2 hours of waking up. Yeah, it's like when I discovered, and another, I don't know, Lexi, if you drink like diet sodas or whatever, but another trick that I learned is to make like a dirty soda. And I love vanilla Coke Zero. But if I'm going to do, one of the girls at the gym called it a protein soda. And I was like, what in high heaven is a protein soda? And like, she does it with like an Olipop root beer or an Olipop cream soda. It's also very good with Dr. Pepper Zero, but I will often take either pause that really quick. I will either take an Olipop or Poppy or whichever brand, root beer or cream soda, and just put a splash of vanilla protein shake in that, and it is delicious. It's like a root beer float, but that's also a really easy way to get a little bit of extra protein in. But what I was going to say was, when I discovered using protein shakes in coffee, I was like, I feel like a queen, because it's such such an easy, like, no-brainer way to get 10 extra grams of protein in your day. I love it. Hi, Raven. I was like, my brain glitched for a second. How are you today? It's nice to see you. What are you up to today? Christina says, I make an apple pie with both. It has the crumble and some lattice crust on top. Nice. And maybe some leaves too. Oh, that's cute. I like that. But you're creative with your baking, so I would expect nothing less. Hello to Jess from Christina. Ren says, custard is kind of like pudding, but more like a thick, liquidy cream, if that makes sense. Yes, it makes perfect sense. That's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to be sure. Lexi doesn't drink soda too much. I was just going to 7 Brew every morning, and my coffee there was 650 calories. And I was like, yikes. So that's why I looked into Javi. Yeah, the calories on that seem to be pretty good too. And I mean, I'll make coffee at home and do protein, but in the summertime, I really like an iced coffee, and I like the iced coffee to be like rich and creamy, and that the Javi seemed to do the trick for me today. So it's exciting. If you ever want to swap like easy ways to get protein, let me know. I would love to give Rex, and I would love to get them too. Hey to Raven from Dee Dee. Ren says, personally, I love vanilla custard with malva pudding, kind of like a sticky toffee pudding, but less sweet. Oh, nice. Hello to Raven from Ren. And Raven says, I'm doing fine, working on a few tasks like my to-do list, but want to go outside and read when my phone is charged. Perfect. I want to finish Physics of the Future. Oh, wow. Is this the one that we were talking about the other day with the AI conversation? If not, how is that one going? All right. So I do think I'm going to just pop this in here really quick. I think, Anna started sprinting a few minutes ago, maybe 12 minutes ago or so, 10 minutes ago. I'm going to just pop her link in here really quick so that you guys can sprint hop if you want to. I'm going to pop over there myself and say hi. Anna is a grad school buddy, and she keeps me motivated. So I'm going to definitely pop in and say hi. Oh, Anna's not live yet. Okay. Well, then I will hold off, and maybe she's going to reschedule her sprints today. All right, I'll pop her in. Thank you, Lexi, for telling me that. I will pop her in when she goes live. But she's my grad school buddy and keeps me motivated. So I want to show her some love too. All right, so let me share again. We'll do another 75 if that's cool with everybody. We're here for a little, 3 or 4 more hours. So we've definitely got some time. And all right, so Christina says, oh my gosh, Ren, that sounds delicious. Let me get back to my comments here. Ren says it is amazing. Lexi is reminding me that Anna wasn't live yet, but as soon as she is, I'll pop her in so you guys can go over and say hi to her. Christina wants pie and custard now, but it's too hot to bake. Yes, it is absolutely too hot to bake. She said in some sprints earlier that she was going to the library and the goal was to be back by 3. Perfect. Thank you. Christina's pie takes 2 days to make, though. Is that because of the crust? You had to let the crust rest. So maybe I can start it and bake it at night. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so Ren's book covers different future technology topics like AI, biotech, nanotech, and quantitative computers. The AI stuff is eerie. Okay, perfect. Oh, do you mind popping the title in the comment really quickly? Just when you get a chance. I am interested to look into that. And I think I wrote it down the other day, or I thought I was going to, and then I didn't. If you don't mind, I would greatly appreciate it. That sounds delicious, Christina. Absolutely. All right, friends. I'm going to star Ren's comment. I'm saying 2 of 3. We'll just see how things go. It may be 4. But we will see you guys in 75 minutes. Happy sprinting. Hello again. Oh, that was a little bit of a stressful one for me. My printer is on and all the things are working, but some reason my computer thinks that my printer is offline. So I have added that to our very lengthy task list. I'm almost done with this case study, reviewing this case study. I think I have like one more little paragraph, and then to review the deliverables. But with the deliverables, that's part of what I was trying to print. So I'm just going to review it and not take notes, and then I should be good for that. Otherwise, I had a little snack. I had some chicken salad, helped my husband prep the shrimp. He's grilling today, so helped him put the shrimp on the skewers, and he's slow roasting barbecue, like a pork butt, and he's grilling chicken and shrimp for us to have for tonight, and then obviously like lunches and stuff next week. And I think that's it. He went to pick our son up from the gym, so everybody's home and accounted for. But it's starting to become sort of like real that this is due in 7.5 hours. But I hopped onto Anna's Sprint and was like, I'm just going to take it one step at a time. And I would rather turn in something that's decent and on time and save the 20% penalty than stress to make it perfect and turn it in late, knowing the highest grade I can get is an 80. So that's what I keep telling myself. So anyway, here we are. All right. So this is where we left off, and I messed up a little bit. I think what happened was yesterday, I think Ren was talking about an AI book, and in my mind, I saw Raven and said Ren. So I apologize, Raven. I definitely said the wrong name. And I know we've chatted about it in the chat, but I feel awful because I really try hard to make sure people get called by the correct name. So I apologize. But that said, Raven did pop in the book that they are reading that deals with biotechnology, nanotechnology, quantitative computers, AI, things like that. And it is called The Physics of the Future by Michio Kaku. If I've said that wrong, please correct me. And then Raven is, Christina was talking about how long it takes to make apple pies, and Raven commenting that sounds delicious. That sounds fantastic. Talking about the book that Raven was discussing sounds fascinating. Sorry, I may have to check it out. And I did go ahead and start that so I can write it down and get that rec for later on. And then here's where I was like, oh gosh, yes, I was accidentally calling you Ren, and I do apologize. And so I was asking Christina if what takes so long is the pie crust, and then she says, no, it's actually the apples. So, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I guess my brain saw the R, but then Ren reminded me later that they were talking about an AI book too. So anyway, I think we got it sorted out. Ren says, I wasn't sure, but I think so. It's all good. We are all birds, wrens and ravens. That's true. It's very true. So Christina says they get sliced and mixed with stuff and sit for 24 hours before I move to the next step. Excellent. And this was me sort of panicking that I need to learn to slow down when I'm talking. I recognize that I talk fast, and I'm working on it. Ren was reading an AI book earlier, so I think that is where my confusion came in. Christina says, if I do the crust right and not the fast, easy way, it does take a day also, and they line up nicely. But lately I've been a wee bit tired for the crust part. My eldest makes the best crust, though. Oh, that's awesome. We, in our family, we love key lime pie. And my son, sometimes when we make it, we just use like the pre-prepared graham cracker crust that you can get in the like containers. But my son had the brilliant idea to use cinnamon graham crackers for the crust. And let me tell you, that was a game changer. It doesn't have a strong cinnamon taste like the graham crackers actually do, because I guess when you mix it with the melted butter and then recompact it, I don't know, it very much flows nicely on your palate, and it is delicious with that cinnamon graham cracker crust. And Donna hopped in. Hello, how are you today? Raven says it's all good. Thank you. I get really in my head about stuff like that when I flub up like that. So I appreciate your grace. And then got notification that Anna had started sprinting. So there's the link for that. She should be coming back from her first sprint within the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, right about 10 minutes, I think. And Double N Jen popped in. Hello, my love. How are you? I didn't know you were streaming too. Yep. It was supposed to be yesterday. And then earlier in the week, I was looking at our playlist, or not our playlist, but our spreadsheet where we keep up with all of our sprints for Reset-athon, and Saturday just looked very busy. And I saw that Shauna was the only one that was sprinting for our team today, or our group today. So I moved mine for today, and it actually worked out great because we had some stuff going on yesterday that would have not been able to happen had I been sprinting. So it works out perfect. So yes, I'm here. Anna's sprinting. I think Laura started now. So lots of us on Sunday afternoons are wrapping up our Sunday afternoons with sprints. But I'm excited that you're here. Ren did not read, but watched the full run back of Cannon Call for Sunrise on the readathon. Perfect. My district is 2 tributes down, but we still have 2 left, which is good. Awesome. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm glad that you're in a good spot. Hi, Saluna. How are you? Started reading my first Agatha Christie book ever. Nice. The Mysterious Affair at Styles. I've heard this book is great. I'm interested to see how you like it, but I've heard this book is great. Ren says, and are you feeling better? Is another sort of broad question for you. Ren, this week's battle prompt is banned books. Ooh, so I've decided to start 1984 by George Orwell tomorrow to fulfill that prompt. I will always choose a banned book prompt. I love it when YouTubers when they create their challenges, they include this. I think that's fantastic. My neighbor read this one a couple of times and hated it, but I think it's just a lot, right? I think it's just a lot to absorb, and but definitely an important read. Didi got to chapter 8 in long shot. Nice. 17%. I have a feeling I'm going to want to drive a screwdriver through Caleb's eye by the end of this book. Paula had very similar remarks. I have not met Caleb yet. I have met August and Iris and their friend. Oh gosh, what's the friend's name? Lotus. But I have not met Caleb yet. And I will be honest with you, I am not excited about that meet and greet. So hopefully Caleb will go away. I know who Caleb is. I just haven't met him yet. So hopefully he'll go away. Jen hasn't read that since high school, talking about 1984. Raven says, I see. I didn't remember if I had mentioned Physics of the Future here before. Yeah, I do think it was Ren yesterday in some of the sprints. And it's interesting that you're both here. You both start with R. You're both reading AI books. So anyway, it's just me. I'm the problem. Annette made it to 83% of Spell Shop. Perfect. Still on track to finish tonight. Nice. That's exciting. Are you enjoying it? That's not one that I have picked up yet, but I've heard it's good. Ren said, yeah, yesterday I was reading an AI book, Immaculate Conception by, yeah. I remember that name. You're absolutely right. By Ling Wang. Finished it in Shauna Sprints. Perfect. Gave it 4 stars. Nice. Well, I'm going to star that and add that to my list. I'm trying to collect recommendations from people for Herkied, the hardest reading challenge from QWERTY, and specifically for genres or prompts that are uncomfortable or out of my box. So I'm trying to star all the things to see how they fit from, especially when people rate them 4 and 5 stars. Like, I want to at least consider that. Double N Jen says, my most recent class was Technology and Society and much more interesting than I expected it to be. Oh, wow. How's your math going? Double N Jen is taking a similar class next term. Nice. Yummy Christina. Ren says, we read Animal Farm and I really enjoyed it. So I think 1984 will be a good pick for me. Nice. I haven't read either of those, actually. I've heard they're both good, but I haven't read either of those. Double N Jen says, I liked it from what I remember. Selena hated 1984. My neighbor did too. He hated it. I wanted to like it so much because the concept was brilliant and on paper should have worked for me, but it just didn't. I hate when that happens. I haven't read a classic like that in years. I recently read, I just finished today, Demon Copperhead, which is a retelling of David Copperfield. And David Copperfield was written like something like 200 years ago and is like 800 and something pages. And I had zero interest in reading that one. But after reading Demon Copperhead, I kind of want to go back and read it. Slowly, but I do kind of want to go back and read it. Double N Jen says, they have been different for my lit classes. Nice. I have a bunch of homework I'm dreading today too, Jen. Yeah, this is my capstone, and it's like you're building basically it's almost like we are either building or acquiring or partnering with this other health system to like get another hospital. And basically the 7 weeks are building the package to present to the board. So like this first week is collecting all of the demographic and epidemiological data, which all that's fine. But then you're supposed to take this giant spreadsheet full of data and figure out what demographic is important to me to build on, and then create like a gazillion graphs and charts and and then do a 2-page narrative on why those are important. And then every week is similar. It's like building on building on building. And like, I think it's the graphs and charts that are causing me so much heartburn. Like the narrative, I'm fine with that, but it's the charts and the graphs and all that, and figuring out like how to, which demographics to intertwine and correlate together. That's making me nervous, but like I said, I'm taking it one step at a time. I've got 7 hours to figure it out, but it'll be fine. With this class, I really need to work every day. Same. Absolute same. And that's why I was telling Hermie, like when I was scheduling these, like if I could, I would schedule sprints every single day because I feel like that's what I need. But what I've tried to do is just work on it a couple of hours every day. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, be able to do like the marathon sprints or the marathon work so that I can push through and, kind of put it all together. But I'm with you. I think I'm going to need to work on this every single day. Which shifts, that shifts your world a little bit, right? Like it shifts things a little bit, but it's okay. We'll get through it. Selena says, I'm getting there slowly, still adjusting. Dang it. Okay, here we go. Still adjusting to the new pain meds, but hoping to be out of the hospital by the end of the week. Nice. Well, if I catch you in sprints, I will continue to send you positive vibes and all the healing, the healing kitties that Paula likes to send everybody. Cannon call is basically where you find out who did in the previous trial or battle in the Hunger Games. Each district, right? There are 12, have 4 tributes each. Oh, wow. Okay. So very similarly lined up to the Hunger Games concept. That's cool. I'm so sorry you've been there so much, Selena. I know. Kiani, yay, from Dee Dee. Ren says, and if all the tributes die, we then sponsor a tribute who we would like to win. Sponsors can give tributes certain advantages. Nice. Yeah, again, very similar to how the actual storyline is. That's cool. Hello to Double and Jen from Dee Dee. Hi, Dee Dee. How are you? Jen says, I hate it. Yeah, same. Oh, the math. Yeah. My mind doesn't comprehend it. Well, I don't know how much help I could be, but if there's anything I could help with, please let me know. YouTube is your friend. Try to see if you can find some YouTube videos to help explain it, but I'm happy to help however I can. Sorry, I'm not crazy. I just had a fleck. Thanks, Double and Jen from Kiani. Hello to Dee Dee from Kiani. Double and Jen, I keep reminding myself that C's get degrees, even though I prefer A's across the board. Well, that's interesting because in my program, only B's get the degree. So it can be quite stressful, but again, like I would rather turn in something that I know is just decent and it be on time and save that 20% penalty. At this point in the program, like I'm okay if my paper gets an 80 because if I had turned it in late, it would have gotten a 60. So I keep having to remind myself of that. On time, decent and on time is better than great and late. That's great to hear. Hopefully you'll be out at the end of the week. Yes, absolutely. Double and Jen says, Kiani, I know. I'm bad about that too. Because there's 2 people that have similar names and I don't want to misspeak. So, thankfully Dee Dee came through for us. Ren says, I think the last 2 classics I read that I really liked were The Picture of Dorian Gray and Letters to a Young Poet. White Nights as well. I have Dorian Gray over here, but I've never read it. I really liked Night by Ellie. I think it's Ellie Wiesel. I think is how you say it. And I really liked The Scarlet Letter. And there was one other one that's, The Old Man and the Sea. I really enjoyed that one. I actually just recently put Night back on my TBR to reread that one. Double N Jen says, I'm so old and don't know all of those. Yeah, the only one that I recognized was Picture of Dorian Gray. I haven't heard of the other ones either. Double N Jen says, my daughter isn't a reader, so she never got too into that in school. Yeah. Double N Jen says, you guys, oh, wait, how did the cookout go? Her boyfriend's mom's mom is reading my book. I'm scared. Oh, wow. That's exciting though. But how did the cookout go? First of all, and second of all, if you want to tell us what your book is, some of us can read it as well if it's ready to read. But that's exciting. And speak of the devil, not really. Corey is here. How are you? What are you doing today? How was your 4th? All the things. I was talking about you earlier, but I don't remember why now. Double and Jen says, it's hard to sit down and do school every day. Yeah, I've literally had to put it as like an appointment in my calendar because otherwise I won't do it. And it's hard for me because, first of all, I just want to do all the things that aren't school. But I'm also throughout this entire program, I've been able to kind of sit down last minute and push it out and get it done. And I think that is going to get me in trouble this time around, this last semester. because they're so, the assignments are so complex. And so that I'm having to retrain my brain that way too. But we'll get through it, Jen. Together, we'll get through it. Ren says, the picture of Dorian Gray is Oscar Wilde and read that for school. Letters to a Young Poet is Rainier Maria Rilke, read it on their own. And White Nights is Fyodor Dostoevsky, read that on their own. Nice. I'm assuming at least two of those are translated works. Would that be a fair statement? Double N Jen says, I can't do more than one class at a time, so I try to make it easier. Yeah, I learned that lesson the hard way a couple of times, that one class at a time was much, much better for my lifestyle. I wish I had learned it earlier on, but I didn't. And so here we are. Ren says, hello to Corey and Kiani. Kiani says hello to Ren. Kiani's asking, what degree are you doing? I am doing a master's in healthcare administration. I did it. I didn't technically need it for the job I have now. I only needed a bachelor's degree. But before Corey and I decided to open this bookstore idea, I was doing it because I did want to advance my career a little bit and would need it for that. And I really just wanted it for myself. I'm in kind of a weird, not that you asked this question, Kiani, but I'm in this weird, career spot and trying to figure out what's next and what that looks like. So my sort of thing that I've been telling people is that I'm really just doing it for me. I've been in healthcare for 25 years. I've been in healthcare leadership for 15 now. So the work itself is familiar to me, but my sort of, 5-second spiel is that I'm doing the degree for me, but if the perfect job happens to come along, I have the degree and I don't have to worry about it. So that's kind of where mentally, that's kind of where I am right now with it right now. So we'll see. But after midnight tonight, I only have 6 weeks left. And I can promise you that every time you see me on a sprint, I will remind myself of that, of how much time I have left, because I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm very excited. Dee Dee's telling Double N Jen, I'm doing well. I need to finish working on some content, but my battery is running low, so I'm going to eat and recharge. Perfect. What are we eating? County says, I respond to eater. Yes, you are amazing like that. Dee Dee really, really enjoyed Dorian Gray. Okay, I'm adding that one to the star. Keani says, I enjoyed the movie of Dorian Gray that had Ben Barnes in it, and it is on my physical TBR. Perfect. So question. I'm sure there's going to be mixed opinion about this, but I'm an empathetic person, or at least I try to be. And there are times when I have a physical copy of a book, and for whatever reason, time constraints, whatever, I will either, even though I own the physical copy, I will either read the ebook or listen to the audiobook. And I feel sad that, not really, but I feel bad that the physical book doesn't get read. Anybody else like that? Or am I thinking too much about it? I know I'm thinking too much about it, but there's some times where I'm like, oh, I should be reading you in my hand, but I'm listening on audio because I don't have enough time. Anyway, that just reminded me. I was thinking about that this morning. Like, I need to start actually reading my physical books and not cheating and doing an ebook or an audio of what I already own. But time is a problem. There's just not enough of it. Double N Jen's degree will be English and creative writing for the bachelor's and liberal arts for their associates. My bachelor's was in liberal studies. I think that's what they called it. So it's everything and nothing all at the same time. Ren, Jen, is your assignment like a research essay? Because those suck. They are highly time consuming and hold such a high grade percentage. So there is some research element to it. It's basically like building a business proposal to acquire a new hospital. So you have to have all of the elements in the portfolio, in the strategic portfolio, basically. And it's just every week is the same level of work, just a different subject. And so it's like rinse and repeat. It's like your finals, but rinse and repeat for 7 weeks. The nice thing though about this time is the way they used to do it is every week was a different professor. And so every professor, regardless of what you're doing, has different expectations or standards of certain things. Like even throughout the program, I've had different professors take points off or not take points off for small errors with like APA formatting or, citing references or things like that. I have some that don't care. I have some that take points off, and some that take 1 or 2 points off, and some that take 3 or 4 points off. And so it used to be like that, where every week of the 7 weeks was a new professor. And so you're going into it not really knowing what to expect from each professor. Like, what the assignment is, but what their preferences are. And there's sometimes where like you've had that professor and and there's sometimes where you haven't had that professor, so you don't know. And so you're kind of turning in what to be right, but then they grade it and you've got points taken off. And I think enough students complained about it that it's only one professor that is teaching it this time. And I've had this professor before, and I really enjoy kind of the tough love that this professor gives. So from that perspective, I feel comfortable, but the work itself is just, it's a lot. And obviously, like, maybe not obviously, but week 1 is always kind of a trial and error, like to figure out, it's kind of you figuring out where to settle in. And so I feel more comfortable that I know the professor and it's just 1 instead of 7. So I've got that going for us, but yeah, we'll see. County says, ooh, both of you are doing awesome degrees. Yeah, it's exciting. Jen and I have been sort of, the last year or so been catching up with each other and rooting each other on. And then Anna's doing a master's in psychology also. So we all kind of keep each other accountable and motivated. And Kelly hopped in. Happy time zone, my friends. How are you doing? How are things going? I feel like I haven't seen you since Kooky, so it's good to see your face again. Well, your picture. Double N Jen says, they do Ren, but that's where I do my best work, it seems. Yeah. I don't know how. We don't know how to what. Help me remember. I know we were talking about math and YouTube and all that, but Ren says, my last 2, I had to prove why realism is a suitable international relations theory for terrorism. Ooh. And also if constructivism as an IR theory can be applied to the Russian versus Ukraine war. Holy moly. I bet that was, I bet that was an incredible paper, but definitely a beast to put together. That sounds really intriguing, though. Kelly showered and feels human again. Time to get the Moonflowers by Abigail Rose Marie done. Perfect. That happened to me this morning. I was feeling a little bit panicky this morning, and I took a shower and I felt like a new woman. Keani says, you've got this, almost there. You were in the home stretch. Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself. Ren says, double engine, I think it's easier to get better grades from them since we get more time to do them compared to everything else. Yeah, that's a good point. Corey says, we had a good weekend. Now it's on to my birthday week. I cannot wait to share what we are doing for Corey's birthday. I'm might be more excited about this than she is. I can't wait. Ren says, yes, 2 books were translated. White Nights, translated from Russian. Oh, nice. And Letter from a Young Poet, translated for German. So that's one of my prompts for Herkied, and I'm starring that one because you have to do, no book can be translated from the same language. So I will definitely be adding those. Hello, Faithful. Thank you for hopping in. How's it going today? We are talking about school and all the things. So how are you today? Selena says, I tend to try to read it if I have the physical book and only purchase or use KU for ebooks or audiobooks, or audios for books I don't already own. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I probably need to give myself more time to read them if I have the physical book, because what ends up happening is I'm like, oh, I have a week to read this book for book club. I'm just going to listen to the audio and get it done. So maybe I just need to give myself more time to read books that I know that I have to read for certain things. Ren rarely reads physical books, to be fair. If I have the ebook or audio, I use that instead. It's easier than taking my physical books with me everywhere, but I get what you mean. Yeah. Like when I was at the beach, I have this whole collection right here that they were written in the setting of Amelia Island, which is where we vacation. And I was like, oh, I'm going to take the physical book. I'm going to read it on the beach, blah, blah. And I loved the narration of the audiobook. I was trying to read it while I listened to it because I can get through it faster that way. And I just completely cut out the physical book because I love the audio so much. But then I felt bad, but it's okay. I mean, they don't have feelings, but so there's that, but I still feel bad. Ren says, I take audio breaks when I realize I can't spell any names. Oh, that's a good point too. Or places from the books I listen to, or the opposite where I can't pronounce stuff since I read it physically. That's a great point. A lot of fantasy, some fantasy stuff I'll do that way. That's a great point. See, I'm not as like kooky as I make myself out to be. How are you doing, Kiani? From Faithful. Hey to Faithful from Ren. Kiani says, when I started my degree, didn't finish due to me getting sick. I hated using referencing, especially since different subjects use different formats, and I struggled to wrap my head around it. Yes, that is a valid point, because when you're taking like social courses like psychology and social work and the social sciences, you use APA. But then when you're taking like English and other things, it's a different referencing format. And thank goodness for like online sightings, or I would never have made it that far. And my program is healthcare administration. So, and they all do APA, the American Psychological Association. But yes, 100%. In your undergrad, you have to change it based on what the course is. And it's not like, first of all, why? But second of all, there's such minute differences in the formatting. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Selena says, Faithful, I'm hanging in there. Ren says, one professor is so much better than multiple. You learn to structure your work. Yes, according to one professor's criteria. So it kind of makes you more confident in your work. 1,000%. 1,000%. And whoever came up, I understand the professors that teach the courses wanted to have the expertise in that week, but come on. Come on. Faithful says, hi to Ren. I switched to ebooks by force because books in Egypt were triple the price, and then didn't switch back when I returned to the UK. Oh my word. Yeah, I would not do physical books for that reason too. Holy cow. Faithful says, Ren, that boggles my brain. Realism is a suitable International Relations Theory for Terrorism. I would love to read that research. I'm such a nerd. I would love to read that. Ren says, such fun researching, but setting the paper with content, abstracts, and all that was a feat. Yeah, because we're going to have the 2-page narrative and then your references, and then we have to do an appendix with all of the charts and stuff. So I'll make it. I'll make it. It may not be perfect, but I'll make it. Ren says, faithful, and it technically is, a terrorist state meets all the criteria for a state, according to the Montevideo Convention. But it's definitely offensive realism based in territorial expansion rather than defensive realism, which is based in forming blocs and clubs, things like NATO or the former Warsaw Pact, modern day trade agreements as well, like the one between China, Korea, and Japan as of 2025, due to the advent of Trump 2.0. Yes, Trump administrations form part of international relations syllabus. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Dee runs and hugs Sista, kisses all over your face. See, that's what I should have said when Corey popped in. I need to do better. Faithful says, that's what I meant by boggles my brain. I don't have the capacity anymore for those kinds of topics. Oh, goodness. Faithful says, Sister Dee. And okay, wait. So, due to the advent of Trump 2.0, yes, Trump administrations form part of international relations syllabus since he tends to like to put forward tariffs a lot. Yes, he does. County says, I honestly think formatting for references is pointless as long as the references there are good. The formatting shouldn't matter, to be honest. I agree. 100%. I agree, Kiani, but they don't see it that way. No, they do not. It has been a learning process for me to return to college a million years later. Yeah, 100%. Annette is saying hello to Faithful, and Ren says, okay, let me go back. Since he tends to like to put forward tariffs a lot or start or interfere with a proxy war, meaning Israel versus Palestine, using their veto power in the UN and the DRC agreement. Ren, we could talk about this for ages. Corey said, I mean, I wouldn't say no. Appreciate me. I do appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. And Ren says, referencing is the worst. Yes, it is. All right. My voice box is getting mad at me. All right. So we're at 5 o'clock. We could definitely do one more sprint. Oh no, I don't want to do last sprint. I'm going to just do this one. Because we probably, that'd be what, 6:15 or so. Yeah, let's do this as the last sprint. Is everybody still okay with 75? Do we want to shorten it and do 2 or do 90? And then we have half hour or so to chat, leave it at 75. What do you guys want to do? I'm fine leaving it at 75. I would like to get done right, around 7, give or take, but Kiani's good with whatever. Okay, we'll stick with 75. All right, let me do this. And Ren is 75 is good with me. Perfect. These longer sprints were for you anyway, so we'll be good to go. All right, I'm going to star that one. I'm going to present. Oh, wait, I'm already presenting. All right, my friends, I will see you in 75. Happy sprinting. Oh, welcome back. That was a much better sprint for me. How was that last sprint for you guys? Lots of people started sprinting during that last sprint. So we'll kind of go through and put some links in and all that fun stuff. As many as I can do. And then I think I'll try to link the sprinting spreadsheet too. Actually, I might just do that. That might be easier. Let's see here. All right. So I got through, I'm just going to continue in this viewpoint for just a second. I got through 50% of my task, which is so exciting. I stopped here at Fix the Printer because I went out at the beginning of the sprint to try to fix it, and I remembered what was the problem. When I'm out here in the library or the book shed or whatever we're calling it, I have to be on the extension Wi-Fi, and my printer is on the main Wi-Fi. So I just need to go back in the house and change the Wi-Fi, which Wi-Fi I'm on, and it should work perfect. So that will be a very quick thing. And then print the case study summary should be a very quick thing. I've already started working on what data to trend. That is just a reference website that I'm going to use, and then I can start the paper. So it should still be a very full night for me, but I feel like getting 50% done in that time frame was really great, and the rest of it should just be I won't say smooth sailing, but smoother sailing. So I'm excited. I'm going to actually close this really quick and then change our view back. That's not the one I want. I'm going to stop sharing. There we go. Perfect. So how did you guys do? I'm going to eat dinner after this and just take a brain break. And then carry on. I've got study with Laura up as well. And so I'll probably continue on with my study and breaks with that group. All right. So I'm going to put my ending banner up and we'll go through some comments. So we ended up, nope, not there. I went way too far. Okay. So here's where we ended up. So Kayla Grace was sprinting. This was a bit ago. This was an hour and some change ago. But I did pop the link for Kayla in here. If you popped by and said hi, I actually did that as well. And Alicia says, hello, Jen. I've been lurking, folding laundry, getting food, and now planning out my week, but I'm here. No worries. I do the same thing. And I actually need to plan out my week as well. So thank you for that reminder. Let's see. Shauna popped back in, took a nap, but has finished their book. Yay! It's one of my favorite things when people finish their books on sprint. I don't know why, but I get so excited about it. And then Annette finished their book. Yay! And feeling tired, so heading to bed. Good night, everyone. I hope that you sleep well, and I am so excited. We had 2 people finish their book today. Christina says, yay for finishing Annette. Sleep sweet and take well. Christina says, yay for finishing Shauna. Hello to Kiani and Faithful from Christina. And Coda and Nicole are sprinting tonight too. It is tomorrow for Nicole, but kind of early evening for Coda. And they usually go on till midnight or later EDT time. So they'll also be on for quite some time. If you love chatty bits with really long chatty bits with really long sprints, they are definitely up your alley. And then Shauna also watched some BookTube. Thanks for the sprints. No worries. That for those of you who don't know, which I'm not sure any of you don't know, but this is our sprinting spreadsheet where basically you can find anybody who wants to participate in the spreadsheet, you'll find their links there for their sprints. Christina does a fabulous job of organizing and keeping everybody up to date and on task and all that. So we are super thankful for Christina for keeping our lives together when it comes to sprinting spreadsheets. It is hosted by Vanessa and maintained as well by Coda and Katie, but nonetheless, this is kind of where you want to go to get all of your sprinting information. And this will kind of let you know who's sprinting when. It also hosts readathons. There's a couple of tabs in the very beginning that give you all of the readathons that are going on in the current month. So definitely pick your poison and have a blast. Ren says, got distracted by all the sprints, so I didn't read. No worries. There are a lot of people on right now, so I get it. Christina says, I am so close to finishing my book. Got distracted by Coda, but I have about 10 minutes. Oh, we're going to count you finished. So three finishes for today. Raven says, I unexpectedly worked on filming. Nice. I wrote up new writing goals and posted them. Awesome. I'm filming several videos at the moment, and I'll have a lot of editing to do. That's a great problem to have. That's super exciting. Ren says, thanks for the sprints. No problem. I will be back. Well, I'll talk about that in a second. Christina says, thanks for hosting. Have a beautiful day. Thank you. I am planning on it. And one last reminder to hydrate. Let's get that done. I am way behind in my hydration today. Feed yourself, check your laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, and make sure you sub and ring the bell. Kelly says, I made it to 94% in the moonflowers. So close. Oh my gosh. Thanks for the sprints. No problem. Thank you so much for hosting from Raven. No worries. So close, Kelly. So close. Corey, video gamed a bit with the hubby now to make some fajitas for dinner. Oh, I'm so jealous. You know, that's my favorite. And listen to some more of Finding Mr. July. I feel like I've been working on this ALC forever. Thanks so much for hosting from Raven. No problem. Here is the Reset-athon Level 3 Sprints playlist. We are working on making sure that we keep them in order moving forward. I think all of us sort of assumed everybody else was doing it, but I think we're good now. We have someone taking the lead, or a couple people taking the lead now, I think. So I think we should be good to go with the playlist. And this should definitely kind of come up more routinely, more in order. So definitely check that out and make sure that you hang out there for the rest of the month to get to know who all's sprinting and when. And Don says, I have a question before you go. Alrighty. One more last reminder for all of the YouTube things. And this is the sprinting spreadsheet that I was talking about earlier. Where you can get all of your sprint stuff and your readathon stuff right there in one big place. Laugh out loud, I did it twice, no worry. I am sprinting again on the 11th, which I think is Friday. It's already scheduled and all that stuff, so it's definitely up there on my channel. Like if you click the live tab, it should be right there. It is for a 48-hour ARC weekend that is hosted, created by Dee Dee, and then there's I think 8 co-hosts. I'm not sure. I think 8, if I'm doing my math right. Maybe it's 6. Nonetheless, there's a lot of us. I have the first round, or the first section. So I'll be sprinting from 3 p.m. EDT to 9 p.m. EDT. And then right behind that will be, I'll tell you in just a second, I think it is Lachette right after me, but nonetheless, we'll kind of get through all that later on. And then I'm sprinting for Reset-athon again on the 12th. And that is going to be, which is Saturday. And that will be from 1 p.m. EDT to 10 p.m. EDT. So definitely a long stretch of sprints, definitely some longer, probably 75-minute or 90-minute sprints on Saturday, because we will be here for a while. So definitely come hang out. And let me read this one last comment, and then we will pop out. Can we quickly one-on-one discuss a book? I want to practice discussing literary media. I'm happy to at another time. I do have to hop off and do dinner and spend time with family, but I'm happy to do that at a later time. If you want to message me, I would be happy to do that. Yes, the 11th. Did you schedule yours already? I did. I scheduled it a couple of weeks ago, but then added in all the appropriate graphics and descriptions and all that just this evening. So let me take care of this. Yeah, so it should be on there. If not, message me, Christina, and I'll do some tweaking, but it should be on there. All right, my friends, this has been fun. I appreciate all of your help and support and banter and all that. And we will definitely see you tomorrow. Oh, actually, speaking of which, let me tell you who's sprinting tomorrow. Let's see here. Real quick. Sorry, I got a little flustered just a second ago, so hang tight with me. Here it is. Okay, so tomorrow we should have a walk and talk with Hermie, and that will be, oh, nope, that was before. Scratch that. Tomorrow we have Dee Dee, bright and early at 5 a.m. EDT, kicking off our day 7 of Reset-athon. Okay, my friends, I am going to head out. I appreciate you. I love you. Please remember that you are beautiful, you are unique, and you are loved. And I will see you next time. Bye.